What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another stream. We're right on schedule here at Pronogo Productions in the No Frauds Club zone. JK, I'm late as fuck, but that's okay, because I stayed up late as fuck yesterday, so that's just how it rolls. What's up, V? Welcome. Talking shop with iQuare in the other monitor, talking about the panic that we were seeing yesterday. Seems to be some issue with player combat or some parser somewhere in Rust. We'll figure stuff out. So. Veek, I passed on your suggestion that you made yesterday while I was at work to run through every script command and panic if something is wrong, or print a debug message if something is wrong. So hopefully that's not too difficult to implement. A suggestion that I had, though I don't know how feasible it would even be, is to... there's a debug message that occasionally prints that we saw once when we were testing the maps late last night, yesterday, where we were talking, we were seeing an issue where it said player X at position YZ used return without call. That was one time in the Terran 01 map where they built 10 million defilers. So I'm not sure what could be causing that. But it's really nebulous to look out, you know? So what my suggestion was to try and track the last command used before return. Unfortunately, I don't really think that that would be possible without doing it for every single case that there's a return. So printing out a debug message with the previous command before a return, if you know what I mean. So that might not really be that useful, but... Well, you can jump to stuff before returns. That's no problem. What it was is I jumped to a call that then returned. And... well, I jumped to a block that ended in return, but there was no call to that block. So the return doesn't know where to go, because it's not a call. So it was a regular jump or a multi-run that ended in return instead of stop or go to. So in such a case, I don't, like, short of literally looking through every single return capacity here, I have no idea where I would go for that. So at first I thought it might be something related to the attack stuff, and since I knew it was only one Zerg active, I figured I could, you know, well, one AI active at the time, I figured it would be a Zerg AI. So I started looking through all the different returns, but there's nothing suspicious about the upgrade stuff. There's nothing suspicious about the attack stuff that I've seen. It could come out that it ends up being there anyway, but... What's up, Connor? Welcome. I apologize for my tardiness. So yeah, I'm not really sure what could be causing that. It's really weird. But at least I know that that panic wasn't the result of some dumb syntax error on my part, because that would have been pretty embarrassing. Like, I try to solve as much of this stuff as I can. I try to conceptualize messaging iQuare about it as, like, calling in the fucking FBI or the SWAT team or something. It's like, the firefighters. I don't want you guys to be coming over here and wasting time fucking around with my shit if it's some obvious solution. But in this case, Icor doesn't even know what it is yet, so he's still looking at it. So I feel a little bit more justified. Now, one thing I could imagine is maybe like it was a return in one of the Q blocks, but that doesn't seem to bear out. All right, so I'm wondering why maybe these oh, these are own units. Right. I forgot about that. So the AI, the Zerg AI will actually sit here and they will after they have metastasis as an upgrade, they will start to plague their own and allied melee units with the intention of spreading metastasis, which I think is pretty psychotic. Nah, dude, that's a legit strat. Like, Icor has the original version of metastasis that also could kill units. Could you imagine? Instead of reducing their HP to 1, it could actually kill them. That's pretty nuts. So yeah, you missed it, Connor. Yesterday we did a test of Terran 01, which sadly was not recorded. I don't think by anybody, especially not me. And it was Balefal, Hoopthor, and Veek. And they were up against the 3 Zerg AIs. Now, they eventually won, but it was by the skin of their fucking teeth, because the AIs basically did nothing but spam Zerglings for the first, like, 20 minutes, which doesn't sound that threatening, but they were getting fucking destroyed. And then, the Zerg player got Defiler Tech, or the orange air player got Defiler Tech, and started, well, he got Broodling Tech and started broodlinging every single one of Hoopthor's SCVs, which is hilarious. But then he got Defiler Tech and started plaguing everything. It was ridiculous. Though I am curious as to why... I mean, they obviously got Plague, and they obviously got Consume, and Defiler Mana. I'm wondering why they didn't get Metastasis? Yeah, listen, Plague-oo. There was, like, non-stop Plague. What's up, Mutas Dozen? Dude, let me show you a little something. You might like this. As a Zerg player, presumably. As a random player that sometimes plays Zerg. So we got Plague. Allows Defilers to channel a deadly mutagen that deals up to 100 damage over 10 seconds. So you'll notice it doesn't deal as much damage now, but it's much faster acting. Alright, so we get Plague. Now, take a look at this. Metastasis. Victims of Plague spread the effect to those nearby when killed. Check that out. So now...
Your forces are under attack.
Now this happens. Now, it's not as wide a cast radius as normal Plague. But that's metastasis. So imagine that in a real game where you've got like... You know... Yeah, I miss old metastasis. Can you believe this guy? So metastasis used to also kill units. It used to be even more ridiculous. Yes, infected Vorvelings. So you think, all right, there's counterplay to this though. So no biggie. So the Vorveling is a new Zerg unit that goes from 0 to 100 real quick, which I will demonstrate now. So they've got this passive, and as you can see, this is their movement speed. And then when they move towards enemy units, you can see that they go much faster. I wonder what interesting concoctions we can cook up with this. Now that's what I call epic. Epic. So there you go. That's Zerg late game for you. Plaguing Vorvelings. So how are you, Eichler? How are you, Dark Metzen? We got some shit here, man. Huh. I think I just found it. Hey, I just found it. This was weight ultra instead of weight upgrade. That's where the phantom return came from. Nice, I fixed that too. I'm epic. Yeah, I mean, some of the Swarm AI, some of the Swarm builds already get most of those. But I really like the idea where you would do, like... I guess the biggest weird thing about Zerg that I found out lately is Mutalisks are basically there as an insurance policy for the Zerg to get out of the mid-game, or into the mid-game, depending on how you define it, I guess. Like, you go mutas to keep the enemies trapped in their bases, but you need micro for that to work well. So mutas by themselves are not very useful units. You can go late game air with Guardians, but even then, it's like I don't know how frequently we see. I think Devourers are pretty much only seen in ZVZ, right? From my limited knowledge of that matchup in the pro level. So I don't really think you see much mass air. I think maybe there should probably be some Hive Tech upgrade for Mutalisks to make them, to sort of like smooth off their edges as far as, or sand off their edges as far as like a unit that's really only useful when microed well. And I don't mind that they're a micro, like an APM sync, but I do think that if I want to add flexibility for Zerg to be able to build a viable strategy out of being predominantly air, that would be better than the alternative. Yeah. Well, I remember you wanted the AI to be like spamming out the screamers for their pools and the metastates to just spread plague everywhere, basically. We do not have any reverse ramps for Twilight. We actually have barely any custom tiles at all for Twilight. I think I've made Basilica buildable, and that's it. Like, maybe I fixed up some pathfinding or something as well. Oh shit, it's Dead Space! Dude, do you guys remember Dead Space? Everybody tells me I lost weight. You guys can only see my face. If you could see my stomach, you would not be saying that. Do I have brushes for tile sets other than jungle? Even the jungle one is pretty bad. That's on the list of like things I should fix very soon. Is like update the brushes. We need one for Nightlands. But yeah. So anyway, long story short, we got some pretty good observer. Oh yeah, that's right. I did make the Basilica space blends. I forgot about that. So that should be in the Hydra tiles. So let me check. I don't think anything of it because I haven't played it. I think it's cool that they're going open source though. Oh, okay. I also made Basilica flagstones, it looks like. So we have the space blend and we have the flagstones. So those are the only changes that I've made, but we don't have any north-facing ones. Very unfortunate. Oh yeah, and this is the space mini tile, I think. I don't know why. It's just null. I don't know why I had to do that. Yeah, it's really cool that they decided to go open source. That's something I wish I had for Starcraft for sure. And that's about it. That's the extent of my thoughts. I think that I've seen, what little I've seen of the new art is pretty bad, but that's what you would expect out of any remaster. They never get it right. Alright, so actually, let's go a little bit of a different direction here. So there's a couple of different things I can do with the AI. Oh yeah, I hope you enjoyed this laundry list I acquired. This is all the stuff, all the bug fixes that I know of currently. I wanted to talk to you, Iquare, about this sort of thing. Like I had this conversation briefly with the guys yesterday, yesterday evening, English. You are constantly helping me out, making Hydra fixes and adding new functionality and stuff. Like, it seems like you have bought into the project idea, right? Like, it seems like you're really interested in the project. But you really have no... Like, you don't seem to have much time to work on your own stuff. I am worried that maybe... Like, I don't want to... I just feel bad about not being able to provide anything for you for that sort of thing. So, we got to figure out some way that I can reciprocate. Like, when I'm getting better at writing hooks and stuff in Rust, you know, you got to hand me some shit that's going to make it easier for you to do that. Or maybe we do something different. Like, maybe you don't like making maps as much, so you want me to help you with that or something. But we got to figure something out, because this is... I feel really real bad about you just constantly working on my stuff. I mean, I feel good in the sense that it gets it done, but... Right, yeah. Any way to make the AI retreat and fall back, a way to make them realize that they are outnumbered or outgunned. Yeah, we're actually going to be working on that at some point, because we need the AI to basically conserve its money. Its investments in units are really poorly spent, in part because they don't micro, and in other parts because they just throw units into the meat grinder, which is part of the reason why in most campaigns that don't use like any modified AI to any capacity, you end up seeing turtle strategies working really well. Like, low-skill players are rewarded for basically building a lot of static defense, and the AI just brain-dead moves into them. So it's a little bit smarter than that already, but on behalf of using the melee subroutines instead of the campaign subroutines, so it tries to actually look for safe passageways to the enemy bases and then attack them. It's still not as good as, I think, even the basic... Like, the AI navigation is still not as good as, for example, I believe Red Alert 1? I might be thinking of the original Command and Conquer, but I think Red Alert 1 had units that would actually try to like take a different path than they took previously, or take a path where there are no defenses. The problem there is that they metagamed. They just map hacked and figured that out. So it wasn't really done in a way that was like, oh, I scouted you and I see that you have this weak spot, so I'm going to attack that spot. It was still cheap, but at the very least, it showed some sort of intelligence and some sort of agency that you don't normally associate with AI. And so that was my experience playing Red Alert 1, not so long ago. It was last year. I'm pretty sure that they did stuff like that. Oh, right, yeah, I would help you because I'd be working more on brush palette and desert tile set. Yeah, I could see that. I'll probably go back to working on a desert map at some point. Red Alert 2 just swarmed you? Yeah. I don't really remember anything about the AI in Red Alert 2. It didn't seem very intelligent. It had a lot of pre-placed stuff. It felt like a regression, actually, in terms of engagement. Red Alert 1 had a lot worse mechanics, so it was really more annoying to play as a human. Like, you had to engage with really asinine mechanics and UI limitations. So, of course, an AI was better suited to that kind of environment in a way. But I still felt like the AI was actually trying to win. And in Red Alert 2, it felt like maybe they were trying to win, but it was more like they were just... It felt a lot more like I was alone on the map, dealing with a slog of pre-placed units and a lot of, like, gimmick time missions and stuff where you have to do it in 30 minutes or whatever. Oh, right. Good idea. This was the fail to apply to cowardice and malice. Yeah, okay. So we'll throw that over there in the fixed section. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was going to be looking at here, is like, what do I want to do next? I do have to figure out like what's going on with the AI in general, but I think what I'll do is for the I want to make sure that unit check even works properly. I guess the issue is that yeah, I think the time jump probably fucked with it. This is like a really dumb way to analyze this, I think. It's really hard for me to figure out, like, at what point should the AI be going into air, range, or swarm if they're a general purpose AI, and I think maybe it probably shouldn't be like this. It should probably be based around, like, the current upgrades, current unit composition, and current resource count, as well as income. We definitely need a command to track income across a certain amount of time, average out the amount of resources it gets per minute, based on the last 10 minutes or something, or last 5 minutes. Is it instrumental, or are there vocals? I'll add it to my lookup list here. Hold on. Tyrant of Death 1.bandcamp.com. Oh, nice. What about command that picks attacks target based on conditions rather than location? Yeah, Veek actually had a bunch of suggestions for attacks. I suppose I can throw those on the wish list now. Some of them are like, these are are basically like baby step solutions because they should be easy to implement in theory. But if it's easier to just go forward with a more robust solution, we can do that instead. Hold on, I need to find... Oh, wait. Wow, this has taken 8 years to load. Let me take a look here. All right, let me focus on one thing at a time here as best I can, and then I will take a look at your maps for sure later on today. You want to play around with your idea of obligatory use of transport option. What do you mean by that? Oh, you're talking about like attack transport. Basically, it was a field that I had where it mandated using transports for the attack. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure how that would work. Like, in a melee context, we would actually want, similar to your harass ad stuff for Reavers and shuttles, we would want some sort of thing like that, where it specifically looks to drop behind mineral lines or in tech, like targeting tech structures or whatever. So let me open up my games. Now, Veek, did you want adding the survivors of the attack force or the previously requested attack force? The one's currently live, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, that AI is not really an AI. In StarCraft 2, like, the game is so solvable by virtue of units being, like, battles being resolved based on hard counters and stuff. Like, I'll put it to you this way. It is theoretically possible to kill, like, a large number of units with, like, a single well-microed unit in StarCraft 2. In Brood War, even though micro plays a huge part in certain engagements, like, the battles will eventually resolve by virtue of raw stats, regardless. So it still gives you a lot of freedom. And AI would surely end up getting way more mileage out of something like, for example, like the AI could micro vultures way better than a human could if it was given the right rule set. But the vulture would still die in a couple hits to a sunken. You know what I mean? So there would be natural gates against how good a micro-focused AI could be. In StarCraft 2, that stuff doesn't really exist because the battles resolve so quickly that, of course, AI that are reacting so fast, there's nothing that you can do. There's no opportunity for counterplay if the barrier of human interaction and reaction time is not respected by one of the players. Whereas in StarCraft 1, that doesn't really exist. I'm sure AI would be able to solve the game in theory eventually, but it would... I think then all that would happen is you would have a meta developing between the AI, just like meta develops between human players. Whereas in StarCraft 2, it's like, all right, well, sometimes they patch it, and then we solve that patch. But otherwise, it's like, you know, playing the same way. I think it's more of an indictment in the against the game state that the AI is operating in. Basically, you'd be able to cancel an attack and use it for defense or change the target. Right. Okay. I see what you're saying. So basically, it's like well, would it be working as attack prepare, or would it simply would all it do is attack add the existing units and clear their status as an existing attack? I think that's probably what it would do. So it would act as if it was an attack add, and then you would have to call like additional attack adds if you want, and then attack prepare or whatever. Right. So that makes more sense to me. Now, for target random, you suggested change target player of attack prepare. So it could be like target player. And then, oh yeah, so that would be the only parameter. If left blank, targets a different player than the previous attacks target. Alright, I feel like that's fine. And then there was attack defend, like attack prepare, but targets own town with longest combat time. Yeah, the issue with attack defend is I'm not actually sure how that would work out very well. The issue with the whole defend prepare or attack defend or whatever we would call it is like I don't really know what I really have no idea what the timeout or what the underlying behaviors we would want to impart with this would be. Because we want something that's in between single file throwing their units away and massing up for like 3 minutes while their base gets killed. You know what I mean? So I feel like that should be fine. Oh yeah, we could add that, so... Okay. I added that little note there. Oh yeah, well, that's obvious, but I'll add that too. Alright. And yeah, scouting is something we do want to have. The problem right now, the AI technically knows where everything is, but they are pretty dumb about actually using any of it, so... I see you've been busy making some maps, Veek. Take a look. We'll revisit some AI later on after I'm done looking at these maps, and hopefully we will have something to say for it all. So you said central start locks are for observers, not for actual players. So I kind of like the mains for the first 4, or first 2, and then player 4 and player 5, but... Well, I'm wondering about their layouts. I feel like there's way too much flat here. So something I suggested in when looking at your Mossy Islets map was that maybe you could end up having a choke inside the player's main with a stacked cliff or something. That is something I firmly believe could be accessed here. Like, I mean, we already have the tools for it. Somewhere buried in here is the... you know, stacked cliff. Oh, that's for stacked higher snow. So the actual one I'm thinking of is further up, but it's here. Here we go. Oh no, that's an old one. Hold on. I'll be but a moment. I guess that is it. And I was just mistaken. Oh, I see. Never mind. So it's... Really? So the higher one is first. Anyway, you could definitely do that. And then have, like, more cover for this area. I would say that right now it's a little rough for... Like, it's very, very open. Tons of build space, but also very vulnerable. I would say pretty impossible to defend once the enemy gets to your doorstep. Now, I guess you can... I mean, this particular area is going to be really obnoxious to navigate because, you know, you can park tanks over here or air units or whatever. So I imagine most people are going to ignore this area as a pathway unless they're rushing. And otherwise they'll go out here. I think these bottom ramps and top ramps are fine because they are towards allied territory, but this definitely makes the map a lot harder to handle for free-for-alls or non-team games or whatever. And there's no cover whatsoever for the 3rd and 6th players. They have no cover at all. And from what I can see, no natural either. I think you should probably take these 2 bases that I have selected in top left and top right and their mirror counterparts. You should probably move them either to the high ground or just up somewhere, like move them closer to the central base. Or you could move one of them there and the other one somewhere else, so it could be like mirror XY, but I don't think that would fit with your current theme, because as far as I can tell, you're doing a mirror 4X. Like a XY and XY. Yeah, I think there's just not that much. In fact, I don't think, outside of the mains... Okay, so there's some ramps up here, but... So the mains and the corners are the only spots where you even have ramps. Whereas, like, you know, this could be a ramp. You could, like, make this into a ramp of some kind. I don't know how exactly with its current shape, but you could do that so that people could traverse back, you know, up and down here. Otherwise, it favors terrain massively because of tanks, but... yeah, I don't know. I think it would just like it's definitely way too open. I think for both the mains and also the like, you could make more interesting battlegrounds in the side bases over here where the 3rds are for most players. From what I'm seeing, it's like you've got like for purple as an example, we've got main, natural, 3rd. Brown is like main, natural, 3rd. And then orange is main, natural, 3rd. So, like, that's that idea. But then if they want 4ths, they have to go into the middle. And, you know, obviously that's other stuff is mirrored over there. So, I think you give a lot of opportunity for no action to be taken. Considering nobody really has to fight over any supplies or anything. But you also don't really offer a whole lot of mobility on the sides. Like, I would say... I don't know. I definitely think the mains need a lot of work to make them more interesting in a vacuum, but then also the way that they flow out into the rest of the map feels very... like, if you remember when I was looking at your Mossy Islets map... I'll pop that back open. I think I have an older version, but... Like, I was talking about how when you come out of this ramp, you have to go around your main structure or, like, hug a small passageway to the left of it. And that's just to leave. So, of course, you're going to be wanting to go over here. I feel like that's that kind of disconnect from what the player wants to do with their army movements and what the map allows them to do, or the pathways that the map forces them to take, or the movements the map forces them to take. Like, that disconnect there is very much present over here as well when it comes to these... I don't know how that happened. When it comes to the leftmost and rightmost areas of the map. So moving them to where the 2 ramps are, I think if you did that and then made this where their current mains, if you made those more accessible for like other players who are trying to siege them, but still have a lot of security with a choke, that would then turn it so that if we use player 4 as an example again, now we've got main, natural, 3rd, or this could be the natural if they were feeling frisky. But like they still have a safe-ish natural. Like maybe you would seal it off or something. Stuff like this, so that it couldn't be contested, or you just relocated it to some other safer area. But whatever you end up doing, something like that I think would be useful, because it changes the dynamic so that there is some contesting to be done over the natural or 3rd or whatever the space ends up being. You get a nice way to leverage your way into the main as well. I would say this base in general should probably be moved further to the left, and that way when you end up adding some cover to the base to have a choke or whatever, you know, whatever the choke looks like, say it looks like this, then you still have a decent amount of build space. Like it's actually pretty low right now, so maybe you would even want to push it back further. So it'd be like this. But either way, like you could probably figure out some layout that works better in that way. I think that would be better for general flow. And then I don't really know how you would encourage the third player to be on guard. Because another thing that happens when you move their support players, right, over here and here, is that they can basically defend and keep watch over this middle passageway. I like that it's not buildable. I think that's important, but I feel like you would probably then have to offer like a different route into their base. And I think maybe that's another issue that I haven't even really consciously considered is, in order to get access to the central players, you have to go through the middle of the map, or you have to go through one of the other bases. And now by moving those start locations the way that you described, I think that's a smart thing to do, but it would require heavy reshaping of the area that is currently the main and natural high ground. Because if you don't reshape it this way, you end up with a situation where it isolates the central player even further. Like, there should probably be some way to access directly the central player by hugging the right and left sides of the map or something. And you can't really do that with... maybe you could do that without engaging the support players if they were moved back like we were just talking about. And then you added, like, unbuildable terrain along this strip and then had a ramp over here where the current third is, so that you could access it that way. But it seems like it might not work out spacing-wise. I'm not sure. So that might be a puzzle that you try to solve after you fix up the mains of the support players and then the main areas of the central players. Because right now that's probably another issue with the map flow, is that it's really hard to get access to that guy. You're looking at offsets of attack wave data. Dude, you gotta figure out how to attack that. Oh, okay. Let's take a look. Woe is me, these lack of reverse ramps. You could probably use some shit from... I don't even want to guess what you could do. They're all terrible. All the blended ones are terrible. Alright, so hold up. We got the player. We got their natural. We got a big open choke that they can't build in. That's rough. This immediately favors early harassment. Then you got a third that is actually more defensible up here, but... You know what this actually made me remember? There's a map called Destination, where I think it's the third. It might be the fourth, depending on the matchup or whatever. But it's accessible only by a bridge, I'm pretty sure. Something like that might be neat, actually. Where if you sealed this off, then you have the long navigation to get here, but once you get here, it's really easy to defend. I don't know. I'm not sure how that would work. Zerg probably wouldn't bother with it that much, but the other races might. It's just that this is really, really tough to defend. Like, it might even be smarter to take that base. Also, anytime the resources and town center are both hugging the border, it usually is very disorienting, so I would recommend reshaping the left and right bases. Otherwise, I think there's adequate money. I think you have a nice courtyard to have battles over. I would maybe consider adding a set piece over here, or a centerpiece, I should say, over here of high ground, even if it's not something buildable or rather walkable, but it offers some ability to fight around. That might be useful, but even as it currently stands, I think the middle of the map works. It's functional. But mains are a little oddly shaped, proportionally speaking. I might suggest pushing this base further closer to the ramp, slightly, by like a couple tiles, and then filling in the distance, the gaps over here. Anyway, that destination comparison is an idea. Doesn't have to be acted upon, per se. But, could work. Yeah, we really need attack groups to be increased in size, that's for sure. Right, you need to hold the middle to keep it totally secure. You're talking about destination, Connor? Natural won't have the sunken ground. Are you talking about the crevices? I think once you fix that, it should be a functioning map. But I'm not sure about the symmetry of the ramps over here. I'm also not 100% sure about the spacing. I feel like maybe there's a little too much open space over here. Like, you might actually benefit from more radically changing this area so that, like, the high dirt... Like, if you were to move this base, for example, up and to the right a few tiles, impinging a bit on the water, that would also allow you to move this bridge over a little bit so that you're not coming out at an angle facing the border of the map. Or not coming out at an angle facing the border of the map as much. And you could also, like, reshape this base, extend the high ground a bit, take this ramp and like, add another ramp over here or something. So it's like a double ramp into this base, but there's more build space now than there is in the current version. Something like that. I think another thing to watch out for is you have this reverse ramp that's pointing towards just stuff that you can't even path around, right? Like, you're pointing towards terrain that you have to path around. It's like you have to make a consideration, basically. Of what makes sense for when the units are coming down a pathway across a bridge or up or down a ramp. If they have to immediately change course, it's going to be rough. In that sense, you can sort of imagine like FPS level design or something. Like in Counter-Strike, when you come out of a door and have to take a hard right angle or something because the door is not facing anything useful, that could probably be reworked, right? Like that's sort of what I would describe it as. It's like in this case, you're visualizing your ramps and bridges as doorways or pathways, and like stuff like this, I guess, is okay because they can easily go up or down. I'm not even sure if these are really symmetrical, actually, these bridges. Maybe they are, but in that case, the north player has a bit more of an advantage of going straight down. Oh, I guess you can... No, never mind. That was my mistake. You can go straight down and straight up. But in order to get to the middle of the map directly, you'd probably want to favor this position instead. So you see how like this ramp and bridge are aligned right here? That's sort of what I was just trying to describe over here. Like this bridge should be aligned with a ramp over here, and then you'd have more of a navigational reason to go to the left side of the map because you could use it as a throughway, and also more of a reason to secure it because not only are there resources there, but it's also a vital passageway in theory. The high ground bridge and can't... Oh, you're talking about like this area? I would potentially shrink this area as well just a little bit because I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, Connor, but if you were to take this area and hold it and have like some defenses over here by the bridge, it's really hard to bust your position. What's up, Alexander? So because it's really hard to bust your position, maybe shrinking it a little bit, maybe making it unbuildable on top with some stupid tile that looks ugly as fuck probably. Or, you know, a walkable but unbuildable doodad tile or something. There's something that works that is used in melee maps. That might help. So that people can't just, like, set up shop up here. But I'm not sure. all in all, it seems like mostly minor tweaks for this map, whereas the other one was like large structural ones. So yeah, I would say things are looking better here. What do you guys think about having neutral Nidus canals or neutral Nidus canal-like structures, waygates from Warcraft 3? Yeah, it looks better than the previous one, so happy about that. Hopefully it all works out. Right, yeah. Well, it's a lot easier to handle like balancing all the different things related to a 1v1, that's for sure. I seem to have found the reason why Firegraph doesn't like if I run it as administrator, it always opens up the EXE with no issues, so I'm wondering why it needs that special treatment. It certainly does seem to do that. Alright, so iCore says that the panic is fixed, which is brilliant. So we'll say iPrayer fixed. We'll say it's more of a Hydra thing than anything. Yeah, I was thinking we should figure out some testing ground for that sort of thing. Alright, so otherwise I'll just make sure that we have up to date everything else. Right. I feel like it's definitely difficult. Like, you need to invest something into securing them, either by them being out of the way positionally speaking, or you requiring to like spend money on them or somehow to convert them. I don't know. I don't know how it would work. I wouldn't want it to be super gimmicky, but I do think that maybe like the path to them should be treacherous, so that you can catch the army out of position when it's going there. It's easy to keep watch over it somehow, but I don't know, something like that. Yeah, destroying them, rebuilding them. Still have to fix the main stuff, which is attack and unit management, but... Time to add some debug messages. Oh, that's funny. Well, at least it's fixed now. Good work. That was the other thing I wanted to handle for weight attack. Yeah, I do. I don't want to look at them, though. It sounds like a terrible time. Well, I guess it would not take me very long to read them all. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. I have to set up real quick. Uh-oh. You've been marked. Oops. Oh, congratulations, Fizz. Expanding two-source script was written by him? Yeah. Yeah, we didn't even have death spec. We had a Ahmed's floating outhouse. Those ramps for swamp water? Yeah. You want to see them? There's north-facing ones and south-facing ones. Oh yeah, there's no Starlight connection. I guess I should also get rid of the crash battle cruisers. Listen, we'll have some epic stuff, whatever it is. Oh, you re-enabled the debug message. Thanks. Oh, I've got to turn that off. What a mess. Oh, I think their race is being set somehow. No, I wasn't ever really thinking about more workers, per se. Hooray, random neutral overlords. I'm glad that bug still exists. I should add that to the miscellaneous. See ya, nerd. This guy is not at all interested in building a lair. Meanwhile, trading expansion. I don't know what to make about that. Listen, you've sent me many insane bits. Like when you sent me the extended upgrade and it was just a picture of artist Yosef's stupid head as the icon. That destroyed me. Good one. Wicked use of your tank. Oh, this is the 5 fact. This borrow shit is so insane. Why do they not have any workers? They've spent all of their larvae on drones. I mean, Zerglings. I wish they spent some more larvae on drones. Oh, they've actually killed them with Zerglings. So I'll try... It doesn't seem like there's any issue with the Zergling thing being called multiple times, but it might have something to do with a fucked up Q military block here. No, didn't even know that was a kind of thing, or I don't know what it is. I haven't come across those, I don't think. So, this Q Zergling block is really only supposed to fire when they have less than 12 Zerglings. It says it right here, if you got at least 12 Zerglings, cancel. So maybe I should add sanity checks before the Qs? It's like... I don't know. I'll reduce the number of Zerglings that are called, but... So maybe it's just a matter of the ratios being out of whack, but I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me why there would be... a general lack of sensibility. I don't really know. Like, the lack of workers is particularly puzzling to me. Like, look how many Zerglings they have. I mean, in this case, they use some of them. But what is causing them to train more and more Zerglings? Oh, they got cocked by air units. They're still training a ridiculous number of Zerglings. So I'll try disabling the Q military block and see if that has any effect. The Barrow bug is insane. He still has no workers here. No workers at all. Alright, he's getting some more workers. Well, he successfully built units other than... Holy shit. Yes, build additional Zerglings. Match there. Well, I can't really tell if I even had any effect at all on the Zergling production. I wonder if it could be that maybe Zerg have an issue with queues or something. I don't know. I don't think so. It is very perplexing, though. The number of Zerglings that we're seeing is very perplexing. Alright, we'll try it with this one. Hope you guys are ready for this. Dude, look at the number of Zerglings still. Why does he have so many? He doesn't need that many. He's still building Zerglings. I'm expecting 10 million wraiths. Alright, well, that didn't really help. Where the fuck are the Zerglings even coming? Maybe it's defense calls. Well, he definitely has more drones now, but I don't know if that's... I don't know what that is. Holy shit. So why? Why? Well, we're seeing much healthier drone counts now. And then he gets run over because he doesn't have enough Zerglings. How ironic. What the fuck build is this? Oh, 3 racks. Yeah, I think what was happening was that they were checking their defenses. Yeah, he still has way more drones than he used to. And he has a nice balance of Zerglings. Still does get cocked immediately, but... Well, I guess not immediately. Just close to it. Alright, so we're getting somewhere. I'll re-enable the Zerg Q military blocks as well because I don't think they were really doing anything nefarious. I do distinctly recall this Mongoloid building way too many units or floating way too much money, really. I think in general, a lot of the problems that we have with AI are that they just so often fail to work well if they don't have a lot of money. Like if they don't have an insane amount of floating money. Did that overload just spawn without an animation, or am I seeing things? Nice burrow. Alert. Meanwhile. No, Randall. Ugh. Okay, well, we've made some improvements here and there. All right. Success. And now I got a piece of BRB. Hi. Well, the AI is in a very strange position right now, but some more tests later on will reveal to me how improved they have become as a result of my work. And we'll see where we go from there. Perfect timing on Veek sending me a new draft of his map to take a look at. Alright, see some different colored ramps. Love the diversity. Oh, check this out. We have no longer any central passageway. Yes, we still have random neutral overlords. It's when the when a player that does not have a start location is set to user select and randomly selects Zerg out of that user select, like, because, you know, randomizes to Zerg, that's when they spawn. I don't know if that gives you any leads to look into the code, but those are the circumstances by which it happens. So one thing that these changes have already made apparent to me is that there are no ways for the this map to be anything other than a 3v3, or I guess like a 2v2, right? It has to be a team game, a top versus bottom. So presumably you're okay with that. My main concern is that it's actually better for red and blue to take the top bases that are presumably meant to be for teal. It's way, way better for them to do that. Maybe it's way better for them to take them as a third or something, because they do want one of the high ground positions. But that leaves teal without... Oh. Oh, yeah, I see. There's supposed to be a natural right there. Okay. Well, I'll act as if that is there. So... another thing I would say is it still feels very flat along the mainland. You definitely worked to spruce up the previously what were the mains. Not sure about being able to walk directly through this now. I don't know if that's an improvement. Because again, the map feels very, very open, like there's nothing around. Maybe if this was like a cliff face over here or something. That kind of isolates the ramps. So I'm not sure if that's really that great. I would also say that maybe the left end, like all four corners probably need to be pushed into the center by a few tiles, so that moving army units around this area, like using this as a spot to rotate your army, is actually valid, because right now it's very close to the border, so I don't think it would be that useful. That will also naturally help to constrict the openness of these areas, which feels very odd. Could replace ice with coastal snow if you didn't want any ground units moving there, but that's fine the way that it is too. Well, I definitely think the middle needs some more... something small that helps to break it up and add some cover. You might even consider sealing off, like doing something, I don't know, maybe that wouldn't work out. Any idea that I have is like immediately XY and not like all four corners. So maybe what you could do is seal off over here. You see what I mean? So that the only entrances to the middle area were through these ramps. I don't know if I really like that idea. Maybe making it so that it's traversable, but not... yeah. I think it's something worth fighting for. The problem is it's not really something worth holding after you've wrested control of the enemy. Like, it's really easy to fight for it, but it's not easy to hold it. You know what I mean? There should probably be some sort of defender's ability. To say nothing of the spacing between this and these bases over here, where tanks will be able to take pot shots at the gas structures, and potentially more. So I don't really know what the solution to that is. These two bases are already poorly spaced because of the fact that they're right next to each other, so I would probably consider reworking where these bases are altogether. Like, I don't know where you would put them, right? You're definitely at a loss there. Maybe you could move these to the low ground and make, like, remove these double gas bases and make these 4 bases on the low ground and build more cover around them so that they're safer, lower yield, but still directly feeding into the middle of the map. That might be something you can do. It's obviously a more drastic solution than just finding a better place for them, but the problem is I don't know if there is a better place. So I would say pull the corners closer to the map so that you have more maneuverability behind here, or shrink that maneuverability so that it doesn't even matter. I don't remember where this was. Why did SI even make this a fucking feature? Jesus Christ. So asinine. Anyway. Yeah, I would say pulling the corners in more, reworking the middle to, well, reworking these bases that are surrounding the middle bases so that they're spaced better. I think those are like your two main objectives now. Hopefully my ideas were somewhat useful in figuring out how to do that. No problem. So this is what I was talking about, Iquare, if you're still here. Lurkers basically become unresponsive, as you can see. For a seemingly random amount of time. It's still considered a borrowed unit right now, which is why it has a smaller selection circle and health bar, and only the stop key. Well, maybe AI lurkers would also have this happen to them. I don't know. Yeah, it also happens to them.
Receiving headquarters.
The other thing I noticed was that Basically, this was happening a lot for AI. The unit should just not be allowed to burrow. While it's colliding with buildings, I think. I don't know why lurkers in particular have that problem, but... So that's the unit's burrow dance when colliding with buildings issue. You also wanted some more information about tectonic claws. So I don't know why this happens either, but... So they both play the animation, except this one's not burrowed, and this one is. So burrowed lurkers will play the animation when the ability is finished. Unburrowed lurkers will also play the animation, but they don't even fucking burrow. So none of it makes any sense. Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. It's something related to the GPTP stuff. Now, I think I actually implemented this because I knew how to implement it, but I didn't know that there's going to be this bug associated with it. It's in game hooks. I'll take a look. So the Zerg Lurker right here, order signal 0x80. Get upgrade level. So it plays the animation. But why would the order signal be set? I added this right here. If the unit is a lurker and its order signal is 0 times 80 and its upgrade level of tectonic claws equals 1, then remove the order signal and play the ice script animation. But why the fuck would the animation's order signal be there? Well, unused 3 is just the faster animation for burrowing. It's playing that animation in the bug. Right here, right? It's just a faster burrow animation. But I don't know why that's like that. I mean, Sig Order 128 is 0 times 80. And that only happens at the beginning of the burrow animation. And then Sig Order gets set to 4, unless this is adding it. So I guess what's happening is the Sig Order is not being cleared. So in local 03, the Sig Order should be cleared. Somehow. I don't know how you clear a Sig Order, though. Where is local 03? Oh, right here. It's just a endless loop. See you later, Connor. Thanks for hanging out. Right. But I don't know how to clear it. It already called Sig Order 4 at the end of this. This SIG order is so that when the SIG order is received by the game, it jumps to unused 3 instead of doing the rest of the burrow. Is there an iScript command for wiping the SIG order? Or do I have to do something different than what I've done in here in GPTP? Oh, I see what you did. So you wipe it even if the... So you wipe it no matter what and then check. So what was happening is it wasn't being wiped before unless the upgrade was in research. Gotcha. That makes sense. I thought that it was automatically getting wiped by the SIG Order 4 command after the fact, but I guess I was completely wrong about that one. So let's try that. Well, they didn't burrow, so... Cool. Seems to be working. Nice stuff. So that's just me not knowing what I'm doing. Classic. Alright, so I separated out the burrow bug, the burrow dance stuff into lurkers specifically because they clearly are differently handled. And then I have AI units, so we know that we need a hook for that. I am curious if I can build over the Basilisk. Yeah. So the Basilisk Creeper blocks building, so that's another bug I'll have to do. Now, under normal circumstances, this wouldn't matter, but Zerg should be able to build over them. Alright, we got more decoration, we got more room over here. Reworked middle. I would actually say this should probably be open. I like the cliff facing in general, but the center of it should probably be open so that you can access the middle. And then there should probably be some small centerpiece either directly in the middle or on each side to allow for movement, better movement and rotations. But otherwise, I like the direction that you took it in. That's also like this being open is also really important so that like you can access the middle from the sides without having to go through a base. I would say maybe like either do that or you have to like smush in these cliffs so that it's a thinner strip, which reduces the cover of these bases obviously, but it still allows you to navigate around them because right now it would be really hard to navigate through them. Well, siege tanks are already going to be strong because you got tank holes out the fucking wazoo here, so I don't think that there's really... In order for units to get over here, if you just wipe this out, right? Units have to walk around this bit of snow to get into the middle, or they have to go through the middle to get here. So... in either way, if you have sight here and sight here, then you should be able to see what's happening. Thank you, Equer. Appreciate it. And then otherwise, just something that's like over here. You know? Would go a long way to adding a bit of flexibility for army movements and stuff. Yeah, so we basically need the Basilisk Creeper to not count in that sense. That makes sense. Hopefully it's not too difficult. Check out my classic map. Man, going from a normal, like a standard issue Hydra campaign map to back to the original Blizzard maps. Holy moly. Look at these mineral fields. Look at this distance. What is wrong with these guys? Alright, well, first thing I always do is delete all the pre-play shit, for sure. This is the second one. Yeah, exactly, Veek. How did you know? Dude, 96 by 64. What a baby map. Babby's first map. Ooh. What's the map size of this? I'm just getting a rough version of the original deck. We'll decide what we actually want to do with it later. Well, it's definitely like the toughest thing, I think. Like spacing and flow are pretty difficult to grasp. I have a bit of a head start on most people because of all of the maps I've made, like Stormborn or whatever, where I kept pretty close track of what kind of stuff I was looking at, generally speaking. I can't believe all of the mineral fields are the same kind. What the fuck? Blizzard! It doesn't even take that much time to do this. But remember, Zerg Campaign Easy is ideal difficulty. Aw, man, there's more lurker hardcode. God damn it. Just when Veek was lamenting the fact that Blizzard was ever perceived to be a good company, Iquare reminds us. Dude, they were so lazy. They were so fucking unbelievably lazy. Yeah, you can remove that, I think. Right. So it's just like a random issue. Yeah. No, it's definitely dumb. I'll give you that. No, I'm working on PO2, dude. Yeah, Iquare is reviewing Blizzard code. 6,000 ore and gas. Wow. 170 ore, by the way. No, let me take a look. Fat fucking dick, man. That's a good... That deserves a pin. Be immortalized alongside excellent things like Anal Shit Autist, Punch My Moron N, Unbroken African Ahmed, Todd's N Fucker, Tony's Goat Darkener, and the best one, Boring Campaign Watcher. That's my entire audience right there, Boring Campaign Watcher. Yeah, there's amazing ones. It's all the best ones, basically. Human haha autist. Todd Tony intern series. That's a good one, I think. I like that one. And now a eulogy written by Hardening Under Anus. With backing vocals by Africanized Demon Pussy. Fat fucking dick man, though. That is a good one. A dog named Dick Bash. There's some very rare ones that you can get that are like just insanity. There's like insane ones that are like him crying for help because he's being abused to say all of these horrible things. Todd Swinger. What am I doing? It should. I don't remember exactly how to access that stuff. DLC. I like that one. Grab the latest DLC. Buy some minerals from the Blizzard store to continue. Or is Blizzard app? Blizzard app to continue. Buy some more units for the Blizzard app to replace the ones you just lost carelessly. Yeah, good job, man. Congratulations. Be careful what you wish for. That's too bad. Can't use modern software. Well, listen, Discord is hardly modern. It's modern in the sense that it just destroys everything that you try to give it in terms of resources. Modern like Chrome is modern. Postmodern. What's free? Nothing is free. These people work for China. They're making money off you, you understand? Stand up for your rights, bitch. Only costs all of your RAM. I have a right to be electrocuted, okay? I still can't believe it. Still, every now and then I think about that. My name is Lolbit, where he just starts fucking dying, hyperventilating. You can walk in the water? What? Losing his mind. How can I win computer? Listen, dude, I don't know. What am I supposed to tell you? You play the game very well. You understand me? We're all noobs here. Just build more workers. That's your first step. Build more workers. Don't let him cheat. What's wrong with you? Needs to learn that life ain't always fair, see? Sometimes it's the AI that cheats on you, see? Yesterday. Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah, be protoss. Make anything. Yeah, just be protoss. Easy win, dude. Right. No issues, man. Just you don't want to win all the time easily with no challenge, but sometimes it's nice. Oh, I forgot to remove some debug messages. I don't know. I think. Well, yeah, of course. Any Starcraft mod injects code into an exe, and it's gonna look like a virus. You're gonna have to add an exception for it, and just trust that I'm not Bitcoin mining you. I'm not sure about him being able. I don't know if he can read the Twitch chat. Hey Fizz, can you read Twitch chat? You want me to write a Rust hook for this? Did you see my hook for the other function? I should probably finish that before I start my next one. Oh wait, did you disable your computer? Oh yeah, Epic. Oh wait, never mind. It's right here. So I did the order building morph hook. Icor. I'm almost certain a bunch of shit is busted. But I guess we'll find out in a sec. What the fuck? Why is VS Code all the way down there? I couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with some of my definitions. Like, for example, it can't find player in the unit struct. So I tried doing, like, you know, the classic. I thought this was announcing the unit structure. Unit, Brood War, unit. If I look at the end invisibility hook, it's the same thing. I announce the unit struct over here, and then I have a mutable variable acting as the unit itself, which is just like over here, let mut v2 equals unit. I thought that was part of the ORIG. So that's how you announce the unit structure? Oh. Hold on, I have to restart the program now because it doesn't actually look at it. Doesn't recheck it properly. Oh yeah, Q slot is not actually a field. I forgot about that one. Cannot find unit stat gas cost. Oh, I think my old modrs file has this. My modrs file has all of this shit. All right. So now we have the updated declarations. Okay. Cannot index a value into a value of type. Whack variable U16. This is probably because unit stat gas cost is not defined properly. Let's take a look. Oh, maybe it's not reinitializing again. Hold on. Not actually sure how to access Q slot. Yeah, it's the same thing here. Can I index a type? Wait, what? Dude, I feel like there's multiple plugins I have running that are fucking this up somehow. There's got to be a better tool for actually debugging this shit. I'll just use the compiler and see what errors it gives me. Oh, I have a parentheses mismatch somewhere. Not sure where though. Oh, okay, so where it says order func. This has to be is a pointer. What do you mean can't find V7 in this scope? It's literally right here. V7 equals unit dot player. Oh, I didn't let it. That's right. Yeah, it doesn't work with all units. That's for sure. See if we can unfuck some of these. Alright, we did get rid of some of them. Go all the way up to the top here. So V8 is also somewhere. Order. Wait, is that even real? Let's check supply for build. Holy shit, why? Is that like, why? It's okay, guys. We will survive somehow. The fuck? I don't understand how this is not a pointer. Maybe it's that. Yeah, I'm not actually sure how to express this in Rust. I really have no fucking idea what I'm doing here. Suppose we'll leave it at that for now. Oh, nice. It's a void too, so I don't have to worry about any of that. Yeah, this syntax thing is so fucked up, man. Oh yeah, we have to do There's probably some other stupid Rust bullshit that I have to do to make sure that it's not... I can't just call it 0, I'm pretty sure, unfortunately. But hey, we're almost done with this. Alright, let's see what we can do here. You got destroyed. Yeah, that crash that you keep sending me is the same crash. It's upgrading some... It's incrementing some upgrade. Some upgrade finishes and it crashes. I might be able to figure that out in a second, actually. What happened to my CMD prompt, man? What was this? So we have some issue here. That's good. Oh. I forgot to do that. Oh, that's just the wrong equals. Yeah, I guess so. A wise man spinning in rust. Well, according to the compiler, the only error is the fact that I don't have a proper setup for checking if there's an order or not. Oh, actually, I don't even know what the max order is. What the fuck? Maybe I missed a semicolon or something. Oh, so instead of while one, we would just write loop. So. And yeah, this song is pretty epic, honestly. It's very, very strange. But still. Yes, so what you can do is you can separate out so there's a program that I use called Audio Router if I need to do something like this. Oh, actually, virtual audio cable is probably better for this. I don't think you need anything else. I'm going to launch another copy of OBS. I'll show you what I mean. All right, so just go over here real quick. So as you can see, I have my desktop audio, my mic, and then I've got a couple of other options here, mic aux 2 and mic aux 3. If we go into my settings, you'll see that audio, devices, and under aux 2 and aux 3, I have them set to virtual audio cables. So virtual audio cables are set over here so that I can listen to them if I want to, which means that they'll feed back through my main desktop, which will allow me to still hear the audio that they are capturing. And then I can mute my desktop audio and just have virtual audio cable playing. So what you would actually have to do in this particular case is desktop audio would be muted in your OBS, and your whatever mic aux was related to the virtual audio cable would be enabled, and then you would use Audio Router and you would pick Starcraft and hold on, I'll move a while. Okay, maybe I need to relaunch Audio Router. It is a little rough around the edges. Well, it doesn't appear to be here for some reason. I don't know. But you would basically pick StarCraft and you would move it to line 1 or line 2 or whatever. And that way you would have only the audio from the game being wired to line 1. That's how I did my stream with Mesk. When I was doing the StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void stream with Mesk, I was streaming it to Mixer so that he would have a no latency delay. And that stream was just the game audio. So it would just have StarCraft 2's game audio routed to line 1. And I would be broadcasting only that audio. So he wouldn't hear my audio back. He wouldn't hear his own voice back. And I had a second copy of OBS running, recording it locally, both StarCraft 2, his audio, and my audio. It was a rather complicated setup, I suppose. But that's what I did. Right. That was what it just happened to me. So I guess what you could do is... No, actually, I have no idea now. If Starcraft doesn't get hooked up through Audio Router, I'm not quite sure how you would do it. It might not be possible. Since you need a program to tell Starcraft to play from a different device, basically. Well, you have to install virtual audio cable if you don't already have it. Well, I've got no fucking clue what's wrong with this one. Oh, it's called order ID here, of course. Classic move. So we have orders that can interrupt, and for whatever reason, it doesn't want to process this. Why is it expecting a function when this is a variable? Yeah, I'm out of fucking ideas. God damn it. I'm just not sure why it would be considering it a function. Maybe because I'm feeding it an argument, and in ModRS I don't define it as needing an argument. I don't think that's the proper syntax either, but whatever. What the fuck? Maybe a Knaves list will tell me something about this that I can use. 0xpd. Oh, okay, we fixed it. Well, as far as I understand, the only remaining issues are the fact that we have remove order from queue and perform another order. Apparently we are providing the arguments in an incorrect order or something. So this should be 0, 0, 228. 2. But it could be that they were in the right order here and just not defined correctly in mod RS. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, doesn't look like that really helped us out at all. Virtual audio cable is all it's called. Hold on 1 second. I just have to. What's up, Bailiff? I just linked you the software. All right. Well, we worked a tiny little bit on this map so far. Did a little programming, did a little AI, did a little testing, did a little bug fixing. Always nice. Yeah, Audio Router seems to have been like a pet project by some random guy, and it's like it's the only software that I'm even familiar with that does anything remotely similar to what we're looking for, you know? So I don't know quite why it's like that, but you wouldn't think it would be so rare, you know? So niche. What a mess. Considering the first player is currently in the top left-hand corner, I'm thinking of doing something a little different with their setup. Their mineral line is going to be a little, how shall we say, exposed. There's going to be many entrances, and the closest other player will probably be Zerg, more so than their ally. We shall see how it plays out. Not sure where their natural will go. Probably down here somewhere. Why is Todd not starting? Todd, start! The Paradox of the Black Crows is a song we are now listening to. So, that's worth celebrating, I think. Never mind, it was not even a real song. How embarrassing. That is quickly turning into my catchphrase. Which by itself is a little embarrassing, if we're being honest. Let's watch Veek's permafrost video to close out the stream. I'm watching it at double speed, of course. If I even can. I'm not sure if this is because of my... Oh, because you're recording at 60 FPS. The game only runs at 30 FPS. Do not record Brood War at 60. Oh man, what do you want to do? Break my internet connection? And YouTube is so bad at 60 FPS too. So bad on performance. Please change that next time. So who were you playing with in this one? Was it just Kian? I missed the lobby. Kian is blue, got it. And what do you got for AI ally? I can't tell. It doesn't look like it's Zerg. I don't know what that is. Theron's good. Have you ever accidentally tagged an AI unit and then had to sacrifice your worker because otherwise the AI will break? It's like, alright, well, I fucked up and attacked them. Oh shit! 3 Zerg! You know what that means, you guys won easily. I noticed in the most recent Dust Callers video you uploaded that you actually transferred your workers, which was surprising. That means Zerglings, that too. Yeah. Zerglings here. Right. Oh, it's definitely a big part, you know. Just in general. Hi. I actually don't even think it's worth it to like engage that army. I would just walk past it and do some economic damage or something. I like how you just ignore whatever the ping is. I assume Teal tried to build the base there. Nicer. Well, they can be useful, but they are useless against Zerg. Especially if you don't get any economic damage going. Nice Zerglings. Yeah, you have a lot of money. That's another problem with like trying to multitask your Dragoons. Because they can't handle straight up fights against now that's brutal. They can't handle straight up fights against Zerglings, so when the AI, well, when any Zerg player builds a lot of Zerglings, you're gonna have shitty situations like that. Like you're gonna be spending so much time microing that you won't have time to build up your base or whatever. They can beat Zerglings, but it takes so much more APM than Zealots. Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, well, no, I mean, you could have had more gateways or more units in general if you hadn't been building your Dragoon, been microing your 3 Dragoons against all of their Zerglings, is what I'm talking about. So I don't think you would have died if you hadn't microed the Dragoons. I'm just saying, like, if you ended up picking a more intelligent composition for the matchup, you would have had a better time, I think. Right. It's more of like a overall planning thing. Another thing is, I'm assuming you guys, since you guys are using text chat, I'm just guessing that you guys are not voice calming. That also really hurts with your ability to like concentrate and stuff. Suddenly. Right. Holy Muta. They're actually building things other than Zerglings. That's impressive. And it looks like somehow you guys haven't killed the other Zerg AI. I can't imagine you losing against 3 Zerg, though. They're not that good yet. AI multiplier or not. Although you are probably losing a lot of High Templar, like walking into your own storm. Most of the battles are happening on their side of the map, so they have a bit of a defender's advantage. And you're still trying to spend all your money. What a paradox that I've noticed is that a lot of the times you'll see lower tier players, like, they basically either they don't look at their macro or they don't look at their micro, right? So you basically have a situation where you're constantly trying to macro up. So if you keep bringing your money low, which is a good idea, then you should be like, you're basically not even looking at your army, you know what I mean? You're just like throwing them away, trying to do it all. I'm amazed that the Zerg AI are repelling you at this point, and also blue. I don't know what Teal's army looks like, but it looks like he's got a massive one. It's like, I'm impressed in their ability to not have fallen over already. That's a pretty good storm there. But now you're having shit out of luck. I also wonder, maybe like Archons should take longer to morph slightly. You killed the spawning pool now, so it's over. No more Zerglings. You finally killed purple. I haven't seen anything from brown. He's got a lot of hatches, it looks like. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're used to like the smart cast stuff. Yeah. Well, you're also playing way more now than you were before. Like if you remember back in like the map crap season earlier this season and then last season, there wasn't really a whole lot of playing. You know what I mean? So everybody's generally gotten better because they've played more. So that's good. Storm those eggs. By the way, you can consume eggs in as defilers. Defilers can consume eggs, so that's a problem. That's a it's not gonna work out very well with that changes. I mean, maybe it will be fine. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's a pretty nasty exploit. I guess it's a defender's advantage thing. It's not like you can just have eggs in the middle of a fucking map. So yeah, there you go. That's what every single time from now on we're gonna be looking at it like that. Like that's what we'll call the idea of gimmick balancing. Oh, looks like there was a crash or something. Oh, that must have been the upgrade crash you were talking about. Yeah. I know. Oh, this is not finished uploading. Alright. I'll take a look at that later when it's not 360p. I gotta bail out at this point anyway. No, I know. I just mean the idea of like balancing it around stupid shit like that. Like that's what we'll call it. We'll call it the idea is you know, all that stuff. Yeah, I should be back in time to play some and test some AI and all that. Hopefully you guys will be down. See you then. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the help. And otherwise, I'll be back with some more streams. Bye-bye.